So River Valley Ford, brand new Ford dealership right here in Mission City. River Valley Ford getting on board with us here at Mission Raceway Park big time. As we are now the River Valley drag strip at Mission Raceway Park. So if you're thinking, or if you're looking at possibly buying a new Ford or a used one, I'm sure they can cover that as well. They've got a brand new Bronco and a brand new Explorer on display right beside the tower. So you can do your car shopping with River Valley Ford right here at the River Valley drag strip at Mission Raceway Park. Man, these people make it convenient for you. Here we go with round number one of Super Gas, the 990 index class. So if you're not familiar with what you're watching, I will briefly give you somewhat of an explanation. For the most part, these cars are well capable of going quicker than 990. So they launch under power to make it a consistent launch, something they can count on, then immediately take the power away for a predetermined amount of time, then reapply the power, and if all goes well, that's going to result in a 990 pass. So both those two cars went too quick. So in the case of both cars going too quick, the lesser offender, we'll call it, becomes your winner. In that case, it was Glenn Ingleton in the left lane. He went 988. Kirk Lance was further under with a 985. So it'll be Glenn Ingleton coming back. Now Mark Simmons and Ed Hutchinson. Mark Simmons is moving on. His win light illuminated via the red light by Ed Hutchinson at the finish line. Simmons goes 984 all out. 174 miles an hour. He was 003 on the starting line. So Simmons coming back for more. Now Dave Archibald and Dan Davis. 57 Chev Bel Air and a 63 Corvette. Couple of strong green lights to start us off, just 3 thou the difference. At the finish line, 989 beats 984. Dave Archibald getting there first, but to no avail. He was the further under in a double breakout situation. Next up, Rory Moser and Dale Dryden. Moser, Dale Dryden, 2 thou difference in the reaction times, and at the finish line it is Dale Dryden taking it 991. Rory Moser getting there first by 17 thou, but under by 5 thou. Brandon Hutchinson with the bye. Who's our number one qualifier? Gets the freebie here in round one. So a last call going out for top comp. We need Glenn Monahan. Glenn Monahan, where are you? Glenn Monahan, this is your final call. You need to get to the staging lanes. Cody Baker and Greg Dowdy. Cody Baker out of High River, Alberta. And Greg Dowdy from right across the bridge in Abbotsford. Dowdy for Rad Torque Systems. So Cody Baker dialed 450, Greg Dowdy dialed 506. So a little over a half a second will separate them on the Christmas tree. Cody Baker turns it red by 3. And we have a little bit of a mess on the starting line. So we got a whole bunch of fluid on the track, but the early reports are that it might be just water. Now that's not bad. Water is a pretty simple cleanup. So this is going to be a final call for Glenn Monahan. Glenn Monahan, top comp. You need to be in the lanes now. Final call for Glenn Monahan. We'll also go ahead and make the call now for juniors. Juniors, we need juniors to the lanes. Junior dragsters, Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior Street will put you in 5 and 6. And also we have a rerun in motorcycle. So we're going to need Riley Toth and Clayton Potter to come back to the staging lanes. Clayton Potter and Riley Toth, we need you back ASAP to rerun your pair in motorcycle. Again, Riley Toth and Clayton Potter. Please report to staging. Have made the call for our junior classes. Junior dragsters, come on down. Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2. And Junior Street, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. So we shouldn't be too much longer before we get back to the action. So when you wind up on, well, with fluid from the starting line right through the finish line and all the way to the turnoff, best case scenario is that it's just water. So we definitely had best case scenario. So we are looking for our juniors to the lanes. Junior dragsters, Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2, Junior Street. Looking for you guys to line up in lanes 5 and 6. G-Van Brar and Logan Bell. G-Van in the right lane. For the Old Car Center, dialed 501. Logan Bell, tower side of the racetrack, TCS lane, dialed 446. So G-Van Brar will get the starting line handicap. He'll leave, and then a little over a half second later, according to plan anyway, Logan Bell will get the go-ahead. So somebody with a sizable starting line advantage, and that was in fact G-Van Brar. 011 to 088. 507 on the 501 beats 447 on the 446. G-Van Brar coming back for round number 2. Now Jeremy Soares and Adam DeYoung. Jeremy Soares, a regular Super Pro runner here at Mission Raceway Park. Adam DeYoung, a regular Door Slammers competitor, doing some double duty here this weekend. Couple of strong green lights. Jeremy Soares, 463 on the 461, taking the stripe by 9 thou. Adam DeYoung wound up 3 above on the 525, even though he had a 4 thousandths starting line advantage. That was nowhere near enough to correct the finish line numbers. Now, Zach Clark is going to race his old car. Scott Robinson's Beretta was formerly owned by Zach Clark. It's been through a few owners between Zach and Scott. So Zach Clark behind the wheel of the Rad Torque Systems dragster dialed at 441. Robinson in at 489. 30,000 starting line advantage for your winner. Scott Robinson gets it done. Dead 5 with a 6 light 11 total. Zach Clark at 036 was locked out 3 times. Did go dead 8 on the 441 dial, but now Mike Scholl and Colton Morin. Mike Scholl, Tower Lane, dialed in at 436. Colton Morin will get the head start, dialed in at 485. Well, Mike, I think I'm going to turn the mic duties back over to you for a little while. I'm going to go get ready to run.
Sounds good to me, John. I think my voice box has had enough of a break. We got Michael Scholl from Calgary, Alberta, in the Tower Lane with a 436 dial, lined up next to Colton Morin, Morin Motorsports, in the Lordville Lane on a 485 dial. Similar reaction times, but something happened in the left lane. Immediate shutdown. Colton Morin will move on, driving out a 486 with a 4 on his 485 dial. Through the traps at 137 miles per hour. Track crew going down, checking out what happened there with Michael's 2022 TNT dragster. I heard no fluids, which is a good sign. Might need a push. Well, as that dragster is getting pushed down to the end of our drag strip here, Just wanted to thank the spectators for coming out. Good to see a lot of people in the crowd here, out here supporting our racetrack and the River Valley Ford drag strip. Right here at Mission Raceway, enjoying the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. Of course, with the NHRA Northwest Division. Well, we got a win light in the Lordco lane for James Rutherford in the 49 Ford Coupe. Despite Derek Shirk getting off the line with a 0:05 reaction time, James Rutherford ran a 5:26 on his 520 dial, broke out, but Derek Shirk ran a 4:64.07 on his 465. Derek Shirk was off dial by 9 thou in the negative. James Rutherford by 5 thou in the negative. So James Rutherford takes it and we'll move on. Ed Vanderkoy out of Barnwell, Alberta, for a solo run, running a 470 on his 468 dial-in. Looks like Ken Orser had some problems with his GTO, so Ed got a freebie with that one. In the tower lane, we have Lincoln Shirk on a 481 dial, lined up next to Brandon Thomas. Brandon Thomas all the way from Georgia. 481 dial in the TCS lane, 434 dial in the Lordco lane. Couple of green lights, clean launches for both drivers, and Lincoln Shirk takes it with a 486 on his 481 dial at 134 miles per hour. Brandon Thomas ran a 438 on his 434 dial. Not quite good enough. Monty Beagle in the tower lane. From High River, Alberta. He's got Beagle Automotive Limited on the side of his race car, lined up next to Jan Siverston, local guy out of Mission, BC, 2000 Dakota, with a 488 dial next to Monty's 439 dial. Very similar reaction times, and Monty Beagle takes it with a 440 on his 439 dial. Through the trap at 157 miles per hour, Monty Beagle will be moving on in the top comp. Moving on to elimination round 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, Limited, and Triple Index, you guys are on standby. Outlaw, Limited, Triple Index, you guys are on standby. We got Mike Kenworthy, 92 Pontiac in the tower lane. Purple car driving with Illusion Motorsports with a 522 dial, lined up next to Brad Powell. Washington guy, lined up next to a Washington guy. He's from Linden. Mike's from Arlington. Brad Powell's got a 458 dial in. Both cars leaving the line nice and clean, but Brad Powell runs a 458 with a 2 on his 458 dial-in. Can't ask for better than that. Brad Powell will move on in this competition. Andy Hatton in the right lane. 69 Chevrolet Camaro on a 522 dial, lined up next to James Kennedy in the left lane. In the white 08 TNT Dragster with a 466 dial. 0-0-0-0 reaction time for James Kennedy, who takes it. Quad 0 reaction time, which is better than perfect. Running a 468 at 146 miles an hour. Gotta love that. Not very often we see 4 zeros in a row in the reaction time here. Fantastic leave for James Kennedy. James Kennedy, come on up to the tower, pick up your Perfect Light sticker with your Perfect Light cup. We got it waiting for you up here. Up next we have Daryl Baker, 98 Chevy S10, second gen small Chevy pickup. Monique Ambrosi from Plainfield, Indiana. Monique driving her 2026 dragster. This thing is brand new. Monique with a 445 dial next to Daryl Baker's 503 dial in the TCS lane. Monique with a 444 with an 8 on her 445 dial. Taking the W on that one. Daryl Baker broke out a little bit more than Monique did on that one. Monique broke out, but she was off dial by 1 thou. Daryl Baker in the red by 14 thou. At the end of the racetrack there. So that second gen S10 will be parked. Monique will move on. We got Paul Soares in the tower lane in that 55 Chevy Bel Air. Paul Soares, all the way here from Terrace, BC. He's got a 632 underneath the nose of that car. Steve Horn in the right lane out of Burnaby. In the 2017 TNT, powered by a 762. We got a 476 in the left lane, 428 in the right lane. Soares takes the win on that in his 55 Chevy Bel Air. Putting down a 480 on his 476 dial. Crossing the stripe at 139 miles per hour. Steve Horn broke out a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean by 6 10,000ths. 6 10,000ths too quick. So Steve Horn is out of today's competition. He will not move up the ladder. Willie Oliver going for a solo run. 440 dial. He runs a 439. We got Dane LeKelt in his dragster. Flamed out dragster. Down from Kelowna. Hear that blower surge thumping away as he backed up. And as he pulls up to the staging beams, get this car staged up for his run. Going to try to get as close to 410 as he can. How about that? 411 on the 410 dial, crossing the stripe 176 miles an hour. So that was the last of the Top Comp elimination round 1. Real quick before we get into the juniors, a motorcycle rerun going on. We got Riley Toth in the tower lane here from Medicine Hat, Alberta, piloting his 2002 Kawasaki 860 dial, lined up next to Clayton Potter out of Calgary, Alberta. 2008 ZX14 Kawasaki. One rider got off the line substantially faster, and it definitely worked in his favor. Riley Toth getting off the line with a 013 reaction time, locking in a 864 at 135 miles an hour. Clayton Potter putting down a 926 at a $153. Now we're on to Junior Street. We got Lyndon Reynolds taking off in his 98 Acura Integra with an 1104 dial next to James McNeil's 2000 Mustang. And James McNeil takes it with a 931 on his 926 dial. Margin between those two cars was 2 10,000ths. Pretty close race at the end of the racetrack. Of course, Lyndon Reynolds went a little too quick, so he's got to park his Integra for the rest of this competition. Josephine Smith in the left lane, 2007 Chevy pickup, lined up next to Jackson Dew in the 96 GMC. Four stage bulbs lit up. Here we go. Jackson Dew leaves first. Josephine Smith leaves a little too early. Leaving early by 4 thou, handing the green win light over to Jackson Dew at the starting line. Jackson Dew crosses the finish line with a 1063 at 64 miles an hour. We got Jenna Monroe in the left lane out of Surrey, BC, 2008 Chevrolet Tahoe with a 1089 dial, up next to Cash in his 94 Mustang. Jenna Monroe red lit by 500ths, but Cash red lit by 1/10. So Jenna Monroe is going to take it with a 1091 at 66 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe moving on. She'll be up against Jackson Dew in the next round of eliminations. Ashley Ledrette going for a little solo run. With a 1063 dial, she is guaranteed a spot in the next round of eliminations for Junior Street, lined up against James McNeil. Crossing the 8th mile line with a 1083 at 67 miles an hour. And that wraps it up for round 2 eliminations Junior Street. Moving on to Junior Dragster. Dallas Jackson in the left lane. Pulling up to the staging beams right now, we have Wesley Armstrong in the right lane. Wesley Armstrong driving with Fountain Tire and Badass Garage. Dallas Jackson, 1192 dial. Wesley Armstrong with an 890. So Dallas Jackson's going to take off a few seconds before Wesley. Wesley's going to try to reel him in here. Win light on the right-hand side of the track. An 890 with an O and a 1 on the 890 dial. That's about as good as a run as you could possibly get. My goodness, crossing the stripe with 72 miles per hour. Wesley Armstrong with a beautiful run will move ahead in the competition. And we got Alex Green out of Mission, BC, driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical with the 890 dial next to Pearson Mass in the right lane. New Elevation Civil Construction. Pearson Mass with a 1228 dial locked in to the Lordco lane. Little bit of pedaling going on at the end of the track, and Alex Green takes Pearson Mass out of the competition, crossing the stripe with an 897 on his 890 dial. Pearson Mass stopping the timer at 12:30. Up next we have Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence driving the 2006 Creative Junior Dragster chassis with an 895 dial in the TCS lane, lined up next to Nate Green. One of the Green boys, of course, Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical, 893 dial in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. I need you guys to come on down to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, this is your call to the staging lanes. Triple Index, Pro Mod, and Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby. Triple Index, Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby. That's Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. Come on down to the staging lanes. Ashton Katnick lined up for a solo run, driving with TK Performance and Lordco with an 890 dial in the TCS lane. That last race was won by Nate Green. He is going to be moving on. 895 on an 893 dial. Ashton Katnick leaving red, but running a 902. on the 890 dial. Now we got Connor Jackson driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, Fit Lab, and Rodrigue Family Racing. 790 dial in the TCS lane. Next to a 792 dial in the Lordco lane. Lordco lane, April Bond in the hot pink JBS equipment machine. Couple of green lights. One of these drivers had a fantastic reaction time, and it appears to have worked in her favor. With a 005 reaction time, April Bond runs a 793 on her 792 dial. April Bond will be moving on in the competition. Bentley Johnson, Tower Lane, 795 dial, lining up next to Adam Katnick in the right lane. Adam Katnick driving with TK Performance and Lordco in that flaked out candy red machine. He's got a 790 dial. Two green lights and a clean launch for both drivers. And it goes to Bentley Johnson with a 797 to 80 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson will be moving on in this competition. Isabella Marshall lining up. Isabella Marshall driving with Canco Petroleum, De Silva Auto World. 805 dial. No matter what she runs, she will move on. Guaranteed W on that one. 814 on the 805 dial. Isabella Marshall will be running next to Bentley Johnson the next round. And that will do it for juniors, junior dragsters. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Track crew is going to get this track all prepped up. On the way, we got some Outlaw 275 action, a little bit of Limited Street. And then some real noisy cars and some real noisy motorcycles will be coming up after that. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, this is your final call. Final call for Outlaw 275 to the staging lanes. And we got Triple Index. You guys are needed next in the staging lanes. So Outlaw, final call, Triple Index. Come on down to the staging lanes and get ready to make some passes, guys. Now, I know I've mentioned the Top Alcohol event coming up June 11th to 14th. Going to be a awesome event. Top Alcohol Dragster and Funny Cars. It's going to be a real fun one. Also want to let you guys know that there are VIP passes available. So if you guys want to get the royal treatment here at Mission Raceway, or if you guys want to stand in the middle of the track at the starting line while these beasts go tearing past you, get your nostrils filled with that tire smoke. Gotta love it. Check out Mission Raceway's website and book yourself a VIP pass or 2 or 10. It's going to be a heck of a good time. But before that massively awesome event, Friday coming up, Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal, number 4, a mid-season street legal night featuring open grudge-style racing, test and tune passes, and daily driven cars pushing for personal bests. It is a great entry-level event for new racers and a consistent fan favorite. As our nights are getting warmer, come out and watch some cars race. It's always a good time. Or if you feel like seeing what your car can do down the track, or what your mom's minivan could do down the track, come on out and give it a shot. Safer than the street, of course. We have a highly qualified professional safety crew right here at the track. So if that is something that interests you, come on out for a drive or come on out to spectate. If you're a Mission resident, it is free. Everybody else, it's $15. What kind of event can you go to in 2026 that is $15? That you could come with your friends too, have a good time for hours. Watch some regular cars that you see in normal traffic, along with some real beasts tearing their way down this quarter mile. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple Index, this is your last call. Last call for Triple Index. Come on down to the staging lanes. That's Triple Index. Come on down to the staging lanes.
Attention in the pits, Pro Mod. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Pro Mod. Standby call for Pro Mod. First pair of X275 cars underneath the bridge. Here we go. How are we doing the All right, folks, it is time for round one of eliminations with the West Coast Outlaws. Before we do that, we're going to have some opening ceremonies. I've got Martin Schultz up here with me from Racers for Christ. Good time to throw out a little reminder. There's a 7:30 a.m. non-denominational service on the third floor of the timing tower tomorrow morning. But Martin's going to give us a little prayer, followed by national anthems, which will be sung live by Sage Romas. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Martin.
Thank you, John. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join with me in a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for such a beautiful day that we have the opportunity to enjoy our sport of NHRA drag racing here at Mission Raceway for the NHRA Northwest National Open. I thank you, Lord, for watching over everybody who steps on this facility. Keep them safe and allow us to just have a blessed day. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Sage Romas as she brings you the U.S. National Anthem. And U.S. veterans, you have the option of remaining covered while rendering a proper military salute.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly screaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And now, without further ado, please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land. Glory.
Three full bars.
I'll have it last. I will find out. Okay, thank you.
It's staying there. So we might have a decent pair this time. Well, all right, we had a little microphone issue. So as I understand it, the microphone quit before the anthem was over, but the fine people kept it going outside. So thank you very much for that. Here we go, Bob Cook and Chris Gould. This is all Chris Gould. Bob Cook fails to get it to hook up at the starting line. Chris Gould goes 5 seconds exactly at 145 miles an hour. So Chris Gould moving on to round number 2. So make the call now for Pro Mod. Pro Mod. We want Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Mod, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. One more time, Pro Mod, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. We're also going to make the call for Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Top Fuel Harley. So Pro Mods to 3 and 4, Top Fuel Harley to 5 and 6.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is a standby call for you guys. Standby Pro.
So we got a racer in distress, Peter Legg, that very cool 56 Chevy 150 panel. He's looking for a 6AL box, part number 6420. Looking for an MSD 6AL box, part number 6420. If you can help him out, go see Peter Legg or just come see us in the tower. We'll get you hooked up. So, Mike, you just put me on standby, so I'm going to go do some standing by.
All right, I'll take over here. We got Justin Gallant, 85 Ford Mustang hatchback car, lining up next to Cage Shirk's 04 Mustang. Bright blue car in the Lordco lane.
Put them in brand new. They last for like 15, 20 minutes.
Bumping into full stage. Big tire spin in the right lane. Getting all sorts of out of shape. Cage Shirk getting really close to the wall on the spectator side. Justin Gallant putting down a 461 at 166 miles an hour. We got Tyler Stamler in that beautiful deep metallic red Chevy S10 here from Rockview, Alberta in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to Aiden Katnick in the gray 1989 Mustang notchback Fox body in the Lordco lane. Aiden Katnick with a 383 hiding underneath that cowl induction hood. Driving with TK Performance and Lordco. Two green lights, and it goes to Tyler Stamler. Taking the win on that one, 427, 173 miles per hour. Aiden Katnick running a 448 at a $146. So next round, we got Tyler Stamler lining up next to Justin Gallant. Final race in this round of eliminations for the Outlaw 275 class. You can see the excitement building based on how many people are next to the track on the tower side. We got Jeff Whitworth here from Nanaimo, 1963 Nova. 63 Chevy Nova with a small block Ford under the hood. That's a pretty rare combination. Lining up next to Matt Dreyer from Kalispell, Montana. That's a bit of a trek to get here. 2018 Mustang powered by a 427. Of course, the 427 could be a Ford motor, could be a Chevy motor. Clean launch for both drivers. Matt Dreyer takes the win on that one with a 437 at 165 mile an hour, getting himself off the line with a 003 reaction time next to Jeff Whitworth's 490 at 161 mile an hour. So Matt Dreyer moves on to the next round, the final. Nope, not quite the final. The next round, lined up against Chris Gould. Should be a good race, and that'll do it for Outlaw 275. This round of eliminations. Well, with those 4 pair out of the way, we got Limited Street and Triple Index coming up for their elimination round 1. Just wanted to give a quick reminder to those in the pits, racers and friends of racers and family of racers. Well, the pit road speed limit is 10 miles per hour. If you guys could kind of take it easy. I know adrenaline runs high on race days like this, but if you could just keep it to 10 miles per hour, that would make all of us here happy. Another call for the pits. This is another call for Pro Mod. Attention in the pits. Pro Mod, come on down. This is your call to the staging lanes. We got a single run here from Max Nielsen from Sturgeon, Alberta. Building up a ton of boost, and off he goes in his 97 Ford Mustang. Crossing the finish line with a 493 at 144 miles per hour. We got another Mustang following up. Max Nielsen's Mustang. This one is a Fox body driven by Vanessa Richards. Vanessa's here from Kelowna. 1989 notchback trunk car with a small block Ford. Purging some nitrous lines. And in the right lane, we have Sean Martin's white Pontiac. Couple of clean green lights. And across the finish line is Vanessa Richards getting down there with a 509 at 135 miles per hour. Sean Martin crossing the 8th mile stripe with a 5:65 at a $1:22. Couple more Mustangs pulling out onto the drag strip right now. We got Brad Thomas here from Squamish, 1991 Mustang. Another notchback. Line up next to Josh Morrill in another notchback Fox body. Well, looks like Brad Thomas going for a solo run, crossing the finish line with a 487 at 148 miles per hour. Solid run for Brad Thomas. I guess I thought that was Josh in that red Mustang, but it is not. It is Chris McGraw, 1990 Mustang LS.
Another comp single, 2 numbers in.
LS powered car. Chris is driving from Abbotsford, BC. Chris's partner at the starting line, Justin Berkey, didn't show up in his 71 Chevy, so Chris is going for a solo run. Chris McGraw currently 4th in qualifying standings. Getting across the stripe with a 583 at 108 miles per hour. Took his time getting off the line with a .312 reaction time. Now we have Jan Christensen in the 67 Chevy. Chevy 2 powered by a 582 Chevy with a 550 dial in. Nick Bernhardt of Port Coquitlam in the 79 Ford Mustang in the right lane. He's got a 408 stroker motor under the hood. And Jan Christensen takes it with a 594 on his 550 dial, 90 miles an hour across the stripe. Nick Bernhardt left with a 321 reaction time. Jan was much quicker off the line with a 066. Now we got Joel Smith in the 71 Ventura, 393 LS powered car with a 650 dial in. Josh Klosky in the right lane. 1990 Chevy Blazer with a 6-liter LS, 750 dial, and it goes to Josh Klosky with a 759 at 84 miles an hour. Josh was driving with Greg's Flooring, Design Flooring, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson Racing Transmissions. My mistake, and he took the W on that one. We got Ryan Ledrette in the left lane, 71 Chevy Malibu. Right lane, Rob Getz, anxious to get off the line, leaves 0.4 of a second before the light goes green, so Ryan Ledrette gets handed that one, putting down a 753 on his 750 dial, 86 miles per hour across the 8th mile stripe. We got Tyler Smith, 1968 Chevelle. 750 dial-in, lined up next to Scott Kolodachuk, 91 Mustang GT. With a Ford 395 under the hood. Scott Kolodachuk with a 650 dial. Got the car a little bit shaken up at the starting line. Looks like wasn't fully staged, kind of bumped across the starting line there. So it goes to Tyler Smith with a 783 at 74 miles per hour. Now we got Mike Bucky Stewart driving his 67 Chevy 2 Chiclet. Mike Bucky is driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slick Works. He's got a 421 Sahota under the hood.
Is it a pretty good stream, or is it going to dry up real quick? It's still there.
Got some track staff on the track right now, just checking out. One of the cars is spitting out a little of something. Just checking out the race surface. It appears that it is water. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Vic Corral. If you are here, Vic Corral, please come to the tower. Nice and quiet on the track right now, so I'm hoping you can hear me. Vic Corral, come on up to the tower.
Sheldon, where did you see it start? At the finish line or in the shutdown?
We got Mike Bucky Stewart waiting at the starting line here. Guaranteed a spot in the next round. Mike had a 650 dial, and he ran a 650 with a 1. 1,000th of a second over dial. Well, Bucky's going to back up his Chevy 2. Get a little smoke coming off those tires. Oh, no, he's waving off. He says, nope, they're hot enough. They're sticky enough. Let's go. Bucky's got a 650 dial, pulling up to the starting line right now. Mike Bucky, slow off the line, almost a full second sitting at the starting line, but on his 650 dial, somehow he pulls off a 651 at 107 miles per hour. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that's a guy who knows his car. Next class coming up. I hear engines. Good sign. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, we need pro to the lanes. Pro to the lanes, sportsman on standby. Standby sportsman. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. How about some pro mods? Steve Goddard, left lane, 2008 GTO. Here from Red Deer, Alberta, with a 784 Chevy. Lining up next to Art Raz with Raz Construction from Ridgefield, Washington, in that 1968 Chevy Camaro with a 521 Hemi under the nose of that car. Well, it looks like Steve Goddard didn't stage. Art Raz took a freebie with that one. Running a 390 at 180 miles per hour across the 8th mile stripe. Steve Goddard being the first guy to park the car in the Pro Mod class in this first round of eliminations. Art Raz, a pretty solid run for our number 2 qualifier. Gotta love a nice smoky burnout. Kirk lands in the tower lane. Lord Colane, we have Shane Molinari from Battleground, Washington, that 68 Firebird. F-Body v F-Body here to decide who will move on with the Pro Mod competitors. Kirk lands with a solid reaction time and gets across the finish line first with a 385 with a 3 next to Shane Molinari's 385 with a 9. Kirk running 195 miles per hour. Shane, 196 miles per hour. Kirk got off the line quite a bit quicker. Nick Duda, little burnout in the quick stage. He's got a guaranteed pass to the next round, so that's all we're going to see in this round of eliminations. Our number one qualifier put down a 385 at 197 miles an hour a little earlier with a 058 reaction time. In that 63 Chevy Corvette with a small little 393 small block Chevy turbocharged engine that absolutely rips. Well, I'm sure under the bridge, you guys can see a couple Top Fuel Harleys lining up. Getting ready to run for their third round of qualifying. Then they will have another fourth round of qualifying before the end of the night. Final rounds for the Top Fuel Harleys will happen tomorrow. got Austin Christopher in the burnout box in the Tower Lane here from Hope, BC. Riding with Ron Hauniet and Fast Lane Racing, lining up next to Jim Schellenberg in the right lane. Austin Christopher with a 645, 221 miles an hour. With a 033 reaction time at the starting line, Jim Schellenberg appears to have had some issues right off the get-go. So that run, Austin Christopher puts him in the number 1 spot with qualifying. So let's see if these riders can top that. 6:45, we have Nate Gagnon, Qualicum, BC. In the Tower Lane, he last put down a 6:64. Crossing the finish line with a 6:46. A faster run than his last run, but still in number 2 qualifier. Crossing the finish line with a 216 mile per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, we need you guys to the lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes, stand by Super Pro. We got Ron Billett in Nanaimo, BC. Last rider in the Top Fuel Harleys. Looked like the bike coughed a little bit at the starting line. A 487 reaction time. Putting down a 757 at 188 miles per hour. And pits, attention in the pits. If you guys didn't hear that, sportsmen, this is your call to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Stand by, Super Pro. All right, guys. Well, we are moving on from Top Fuel Harleys to the second round of eliminations for the Pro ET cars. And I have some info for the 81 Malibu in the left lane now. This is Lance Deselitz. Lance Desilitz, Tofino, BC. 1057 dial, lining up next to Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Mustang in the Lordco lane with an 1163 dial. So Sean Langley takes off first. Lance leaves early, got a little too excited when he saw Sean take off. Red lighting, handing over that win to Sean Langley, who will move on in this competition. He is going to move on to elimination round 3. Ray Bollinger, 623 Pontiac in the left lane, powered by a 355 small block Chevy with a 1053 dial, lined up next to Cassie Tippy in the Patina 65 Nova wagon. And I can assume, and I can almost guarantee I'm correct in assuming that that is original paint on that wagon. Definitely looks like it with an 1137 dial. One of these drivers with a much quicker reaction time. And it pays off for Cassie Tippy. Getting off the line at 072 reaction time. Crossing the stripe with an 1140 at 116 miles per hour. Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo. The first year of the Super Sport Monte Carlo in a G-body. Lining up next to the T-Top Oldsmobile Cutlass. Cutlass with an 1160 dial. Monte Carlo with a 1004. Hands it over. A freebie at the starting line to Lorenz Schwartz. Taking it. Lorenz Schwartz ran a 1001 on his 1004 dial, but he saw that win light and he said, you know what, I'm just going to keep my foot down. Cutlass went red by 7/10,000ths. Unfortunate way to get out, but that happens. We got Doug Klaas in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Left lane, 96 Grand Am with a 961 dial. Lined up next to Jenna Pobson, 79 Chevy Malibu in the Lordco lane. 1029 dial in for that car. Wheels up lead for Jenna Pobson. Doug Klaas chasing her down. Looking pretty even at the end of the track, but it goes to Jenna Pobson with a 10:30 with a 6 on her 10:29 dial, 126 miles an hour. Good reaction times for both drivers, very similar reaction times actually. We got Alan Prock out of Port Moody, 1970 CUDA. Nice green color on that car, I gotta say. Nice looking paint job. Lined up next to Jim Stahl. Jim driving the 2000 Ford Mustang with a Coyote power plant under that hood. Jim's up from Tulalip, Washington. Alan Prock here from Port Moody. TCS lane, you can see on the boards, he got a 970 dial in. Lord Co lane for the Mustang, a 1073 dial. So Mustang's gonna leave just a hair earlier than the CUDA. And then Alan's gonna see what he can do in the way of reeling him in. Well, Alan had a bit of a sleepy reaction time at the start of this race, and it paid off for Jim in his favor. Jim running a 1079, getting the win light, 119 miles per hour, 1079 on his 1073 dial-in. Big wheelie as expected from Matt Warner. 66 Merc, lifting those front tires sky high. We got Amber Rutherford, 66 Mustang in the left lane. 928 dial. Lined up next to Steve Watkins in the 2017 Chevy Corvette. With a 6 for Amber Rutherford. Taking the win on that one. Amber Rutherford moving on in tonight's competition. Crossing the stripe at 132 miles an hour. Gotta love a 928 with a 6 on a 928 dial. Now we have Chris Stone, 68 Dart, Stone Cold Racing in the left lane. 1011 dial next to Nick Douglas, 2023 Super B, with a 1210 dial. So Nick Douglas is going to take off for 2 seconds. Then Chris is going to try to run him down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the lanes. Hot Rod, you guys are on standby. That's Super Pro, come on down to the lanes. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Chris Stone took that one with a 1016 at 121 miles an hour on his 1011 dial. Nick Douglas is out of the competition, running a 1214 at a $107. We got Craig Johnson now. 1979 Chevy Malibu wagon, always a fun car to watch. Craig Johnson, of course, going to see nothing but the sky for the next 100 feet. Bobby Ellers, 1989 Mustang notchback car, Fox body in the right lane with a 1024 dial. 1046 dial in the left lane, 1024 in the right lane. Another beautiful wheelie as expected from Craig Johnson. Similar reaction times for both drivers, and Craig Johnson gets it with a 1047 on his 1046 dial. Through the traps at 118 miles per hour, Bobby Ellers running a 1029 on his 1024 dial at a $128. We got John Taback on a buy run with a 1036 dial in. .049 reaction time. Crossing the quarter with a 1033 at 121 miles per hour. And that wraps us up for the pros. Moving on to sportsmen. Brendan Piskachek fully staged now. Green light. Oh, red light. Leaving a little bit early. Leaving just early. Leaving by 0.2 of a second. Makes his way across the finish line with a 1321 with a 1 on his 1321 dial. We got Darren Martin, 05 GMC in the tower lane. 1679 dial lined up next to Haley Christensen's 1967 Chevy C10, driving with Chaotic Customs.
Thank you.
1190 dial on the right lane. Darren Martin's going to take off. Haley's going to wait for a few seconds and before she gets her green light. Darren Martin takes it. I wasn't sure how that run was going to go. Darren Martin leaving with a 054 reaction time. Haley Christensen leaving with a 005 reaction time. Although Darren Martin got a 1694 on his 1679 dial, and Haley Christensen went a little bit too quick. Zell Gould, 2000 Chevy pickup. Green light with the 1395 dial in next to Dexter Winton's 66 four-door Chevy 1780 dial in. We got a win light for Zell in the Chevy pickup truck, running a 1403 at 96 miles an hour on his 1395 dial. Now we have Sylvia Hoogstens. Sylvia in her 1966 Mustang. She lovingly calls Baby Blue. Lining up next to the white mystery Ford that I haven't had information on all day. And here we are in eliminations. Sylvia has a 1193 dial in. White Ford with a 1394. White Ford with quite a good reaction time off the starting line at the big end. It all came together for whomever is driving that car with a 1400 at 93 miles an hour on the 1394 dial. We got Tyson Lowe, 1984 Chevy Camaro. Third gen car in the tower lane. In the Lord Co lane, the 84 Cutlass, driven by Jason Mercer. Tyson Lowe leaving first with a 1236 dial. Jason Mercer with an 1160 dial. Win light lit up for Jason Mercer in his Cutlass. Jason Mercer running an 1157 on the 1160 dial at 111 miles per hour, 111 miles per hour. Next to Tyson Lowe, he ran a 1226 on his 1236 dial. Broke out by quite a bit more than Jason Mercer. Jason Mercer was off dial by 200ths. Tyson Lowe by 900ths. Now we have Steve Watkins in the left lane in that Corvette. 2017 Chevy Corvette, that is 1160 dial, next to Sean Langley's 1165 dial in his Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods, come on up down to the rear of staging. Hot rods, come on down to the rear of staging. Super Street, you guys are on standby. That's hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Street, you guys are on standby. Nick Douglas lined up in his 23 Super B. In the left lane with a 1217 dial. Gonna leave first, and then Ryan Ledrette in the right lane. 1971 Chevy Malibu. Taking off after him. Ryan Ledrette here from Maple Ridge. And he doesn't quite get it. Nick Douglas takes it with a 1218 on his 1217 dial. 104 miles per hour. Nick Douglas will move on in this competition in his 23 Super B. Now we have Josh Klosky. Josh Klosky lined up here from Quesnel, BC. 1990 Chevy Blazer, LS powered. 1160 dial, driving with Greg's Flooring, Design Flooring, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson's Racing Trans. Nice, clean, green launch for this square body Blazer. Getting across the line with an 1190 at 82 miles an hour. And that is a wrap for Eliminations Round 2 for Sportsman. Moving on to E2 for Super Pro.
Remember, load that ferry, and make sure you're looking for any oil water on the starting line area.
We got G. Van Brar in the right lane, driving the gray dragster with a 789 dial, lined up next to the bright orange 66 Chevelle of George LeBlanc. George LeBlanc here with a 875 dial in, here all the way from Creston, BC. In his 582 big block powered car. For both drivers. One driver with a fantastic reaction time. George LeBlanc takes it 876 on his 875 dial-in, 153 miles per hour. G. Van Brar, a solid run too, a 792 on his 789 dial with a 008 reaction time, but it wasn't quite enough. So George LeBlanc, that orange 66 Chevelle, will be moving on. We got Colton Morin in the left lane on a 765 dial in next to Daniel Rodrigue, 732 dial. Good lead for both drivers, but Daniel Rodrigue takes that one. 736 at 181 miles per hour. Colton Morin, a little bit too fast. Broke out by 3 thou. We got Jason Gibson out of Surrey, 1991 Mustang, the orange notchback in the tower lane. Driving with Gibson's Racing Transmissions and Bucky's Mini Excavating. Creeping that 1980 Chevy Camaro forward. Up next to Jason is John Brining here out of Parksville in his 632 powered car. We got a 918. Oh, John Brining goes red, leaving the starting line early. Jason Gibson with a fantastic reaction time of 005 takes the win with a 953 at 141 miles per hour. Jason Gibson, that orange Mustang, moving on in the competition. Monique Ambrosi in the left lane here from Plainfield, Indiana. Quite a trek to get here. 2000 dragster with a 782 dial-in, lined up next to Jim Benke, 1967 Cuda with a 440 Mopar motor under that hood scoop. Jim Benke with a 1001 dial-in. He'll be leaving the starting line first. Monique is going to be chasing him down. Healthy Wheels Up launch by Jim Benke. One of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time is Monique with a 005 reaction. She runs a 786 on her 782 dial. Locking in the win on that one, 169 miles per hour through the trap. Now we have Mike Robinson, 1927 Ford. Here from Chilliwack, his Ford's powered by a 448 with a 913 dial, lined up next to Mike Bucky Stewart. Bucky's driving his 67 Chevy 2, powered by a 421 Sahota that he calls Chicklet. Driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slick Works. Mike Robinson with a 913 dial. Lord Colane with a 1002 dial. Clean launch for both drivers. Making their way down to the finish line, and it is Mike Bucky Stewart with a 1006 at a $129. 400s off dial. That's enough to lock in the win. Mike Robinson running a 914 on his 913 dial. But Bucky's reaction time was 0.05 quicker. Lincoln Rutherford, 71 Ford. Left lane, little white Ford Pinto, small car, big engine, always a winning combination. Wembley, Alberta, got a 427 sticking out of where the hood should be. 957 dial next to Paul Soares' 95 Grand Prix. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, this is your call to the staging lanes. Hot Rods to the staging lanes. This is your call. Final call. My mistake. Hot Rods, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Lincoln Rutherford took that one with a 961 on the 957 dial, despite Paul Soares' 004 reaction time on that. Paul Soares ran an 809 on his 802 dial. Ron Fawcett in the left lane, the Nanaimo BC in a car that is slightly altered. 1923 Model T, 565. V8 powered car. Christopher Ermsby in the right lane, 1969 Chevy Nova. We got an 894 dial in the left lane, a 995 in the right lane. Both cars clean off the line. Right lane gets it. Christopher Ermsby. 10.00 at 127 miles an hour. That's a 10.00 on the 995 dial. Ron Fawcett running just a hair too fast. Lorenz Schwartz coming up, 1983 Monte Carlo in the left lane with a 10.02 dial, lined up next to Jan Christensen in that 1978 Z28 Camaro. 10.02 dial in the TCS lane, 10.52 dial in the Lordco lane. Jan Christensen with a fantastic reaction time of a 007, putting down a 10.56 at 123 miles per hour. The margin between those two cars was 9/10,000ths of a second. So that race would have been pretty sweet to watch from the finish line. That is bumper to bumper, side by side. Across the big end. We got Greg Dowdy on an 803 dial.
Well, that was Chris Stone and Greg Dowdy. Chris Stone turning on the win light in the new Mopar. How about that? 864 on the 860, good enough to get it done. Oh, I'm actually looking at the screen properly for the first time. Greg Dowdy was red by 3 thou. So Super Street, we need Super Street to the lanes, and we're going to give a standby call to Super Comp. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lane. Super Street, come on down. Super Comp, please be ready to go. Kevin McNichol and Craig Johnson. McNichol, the reigning track champ. Craig Johnson, foot braking off the bottom bulb. Uh-oh, we got a bunch of smoke out of Craig's car. So Craig does turn the wind light on, goes 1048 on the 1047, taking the stripe by 14 thou. He was 18 thou better on the starting line, so safety is definitely going to have a little look. So we're really hoping that it's just smoke. Well, I can tell you that the chatter on the radio is not overly positive. By the looks of it, we do have fluid on the racetrack, and by the sounds of it, it is oil. So we're still in the process of fully assessing the situation and just exactly what we're up against. So, once again, the chatter over the radio is not positive. In fact, it's pretty negative. So I'm going to say if there is something positive here, there wasn't a ton of smoke. So he was leaking oil from basically where he came down from the wheel stand, pretty much to where he turned off the racetrack. But let's hope it is a small trail.
I heard it's a mist.
So one word we've heard used over the radio is that it was more of a mist. That would be good news. So again, not receiving any official word, but I'm going to say so far so good. They are dragging the race surface. So there actually wasn't really anything in the way of cleanup required so far. The surface is coming along by simply just dragging it. They do have some sweep laid out in the shutdown. So they're working away. So we certainly appreciate everyone's patience when situations such as these arise. And ultimately, it is what it is. It's part of the sport. So certainly thankful for the staff here at Mission Raceway as people put in some long days of working very hard at this place. So I do believe the Mission Raceway Park half-track snack shack is open. I'm assuming anyway. So we're still missing some Super Street entries. Super Street, we need you now. So, and a little message to anyone left in competition. Obviously, we have fallen ever so slightly behind the anticipated schedule of the day. Let's put it that way. We're a little late, and reality is we're running out of time. So what we're looking for from this point moving forward is a very, very high level of cooperation. We need you to be ready to go, and when your class is called, we need you to jump in the car and go. Not start getting ready and showing up last or anything like that. Right now, Ken Lowe's back there. I was talking about the Mission Raceway Park staff. They work very hard, put in some long hours. Well, Ken's at the back of the lanes trying to get our Super Street pairings sorted out and ready to go. And he's missing cars. So this is a perfect example. Super Street, we need you to the staging lanes. Super Comp, you're still on standby. Please be ready to go. And again, cannot stress this enough. We need to be as efficient as possible from here on out. I mean, that should always be the goal, but it's just to a heightened level at this point in the evening. So, yesterday at Mission Raceway Park, we were proud to welcome more than 550 students and teachers for our NHRA Yes Day. What does YES stand for? Well, Youth and Education Services Program. So in partnership with Mission Public Schools, students have been exploring STEM concepts in the classroom that directly connect to the world of drag racing and motorsports. Students have been learning the science, technology, engineering, and math behind reaction times, acceleration, aerodynamics, forces, energy, speed, and vehicle performance. So yesterday, those classroom concepts came to life right here at the racetrack, completely free of charge for participating students and schools, giving kids the opportunity to experience real drag racing action while discovering the exciting careers and opportunities connected to motorsports, skilled trades, engineering, automotive technology, and beyond. We'd like to extend a huge thank you to all of our incredible community partners who are helping, who have helped make this educational experience possible, such as BC Hydro, Mr. Lube, Mission, Fast Lane Racing, Sports Car Club of BC, the CCAC, Women in Motorsports, professional stuntwoman Cassandra Ebner, Vancouver Community College, Skilled Trades BC, Formula UBC, BCIT School of Transportation, and LT Fastworks, as well as Fast Lane Racing and British Columbia Secondary School Motorsports Association. These organizations were here yesterday showcasing hands-on learning opportunities, career pathways, and the many exciting futures available within the automotive, engineering, and trades industries. We also want to give a special thank you to RE/MAX for their generous sponsorship and support of NHRA Yes Day this year. Their commitment helps us continue providing meaningful educational experiences for local youth and creating opportunities for students to see how learning in the classroom connects to real-world careers and experiences. So a great day yesterday, great program, and it was a huge success. Again, over 550 students and teachers here yesterday participating in NHRA Yes Day. I actually have an update on that. So 550 was kind of a modest number. A more realistic one was 635. Zach Zerbrug. Zach Zerbrug. We're looking for in the staging lanes. If you are broken and not able to make it, please let us know. That would be really handy. Once again, Zach Zerbrug. We need you to the lanes. Well, I bring good news. I do believe we are just about ready to get back at it. So again, thank you very much for all the hard work out there, boys and girls. Hard-working staff here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Well, all right. We got race cars pulling into the water. Dale Wood and Daryl Tippy. We're in Hot Rod, right? Or no, Super Pro still. Okay. So I guess Craig Johnson and Kevin McNichol were the final pair. Final pair of Super Pro, that is. So here's our first pair of Hot Rod. So Daryl Tippy in the right lane. Slow guy. Dial 1045. So slow guy's got the quicker dial. How's that work? Dale Wood in the very orange Chevrolet Nova. 33 thousandths advantage on the starting line for Dale Wood, but didn't get a win light out of the deal. Got to the stripe first by 64 thousandths, went 11.20 with a 9 on his 11.23 dial. Daryl Tippy was 0.39 up front, but one above at the finish line, crossing second for the win. Now Terry Hoogstens and Dave Bull. 66 Nova, 64 Chevelle. Couple of green lights. See how this plays out. Hoogstens out front, but here comes Dave Bull. Is he going to get there? No. Well, actually, yes, he did by 48 thou, but Terry Hoogstens is your winner. Hoogstens winds up a 10th over on the dial. Crosses at 12.24, doing 104 miles an hour. He was 0.90 up front, but Dave Bull was 170. He actually had an 80 thou advantage. Bull was 63 on the 66. Here comes the finish line for Jerry Brabander and James Dobson. James Dobson with the win light. Had a 77 thou starting line advantage and knew what to do with it. Took 19 at the stripe to be 3 above. Brabander was behind and 2 under. Now Jeff Eason is going to take on Sean Langley. Langley dialed 1166. Jeff Eason predicts 10 seconds exactly. Couple of Fords. We got a winner. Sean Langley turns it red by 9 thou. Eason is 017 and on a time trial. See some brake lights flash in there. Backs himself into a 1099. In all likelihood, decided to, well, no, I was going to say collect the 1,000-foot number, but I think he was off the gas before that. Now Rob Monroe and Jeff Eason. Well, hold on. Just saw Jeff Eason. So right lane with the win, 1066 on the 61. And Ryan Isherwood with the single. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super comp. Super comp. We need super comp to the staging lanes. Super comp. This is your call to the rear of staging. We'll pair you up as you arrive. Once again, we're looking for an increased level of cooperation. Please be ready and waiting for your call, and when we make the call, we need you to move. So Super Comp to the rear of staging, and with that, we're going to give a standby call to motorcycle and stock super stock combo. Stock super stock combo, this is your standby call. Get ready to go. ET motorcycle, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Hey, listen up out there, Mike Render. I think I might have your phone. Either that or I have the phone of someone who has a picture of you on their home screen.
That's scary.
Are you listening to me? Mike Render. So not only do we got a phone, we got a little wallet attached to the back of it. Looks like it's full of credit cards.
Can we buy some stuff?
We've already loaded them up on Amazon. Jegs, Summit. Whole key is you want to max it out at one place, and if you can phone the next place quick enough, maybe they haven't realized yet, and you can order more stuff there. So in case you haven't gotten the gist yet, we've had a phone turned in up here in the timing tower. Don't know where it was found. Somewhere out there. And when I hold it up right, I see a picture of Mike Render. I'm no detective or anything, but thinking that could be his phone. Maybe we should look in the wallet and check ID. Well, that ain't Mike, but I do see Warren driving up here. So I just took a quick peek at the cards, and yes, it is Mike Render. So, true story. We did call Jags and Summit, tried to use his cards, but they were already all maxed. Well, Mike, I hope it's okay. You gave your phone to some guy claiming to be your dad.
A little short. A new 502's on the way. Thanks, guys.
So what are we waiting? So they're just doing a little touch-up work on the track surface. We've got Super Street pulled forward, ready to go. We've made the call for Super Comp. Super Comp, you guys should be at the lanes or well on your way. We've got Stock Super Stock Combo along with Motorcycle ET on standby.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock and super stock. This is your call to the rear of the staging lanes. Stock and super stock. Come on down to the back of the staging lanes. All right, got a couple super street cars with some healthy smoky burnouts. Rick Hilburn, left lane out of Kennewick, Washington, 1988 Camaro. Rick's got a 406 under the hood of that thing. Dialed in with a 1090 next to Doreen Dick, who's also dialed in with a 1090. Out of Edmonton, Alberta, 1955 Chevy Bel Air. My mistake, that's a 56 Chevy Bel Air. Across the finish line is Rick Hilburn, lighting up the wind light. Rick dropping down a 1088 on his 1090 dial. Doreen on her 1090 dial ran a 1087. Both of them broke out. Rick by slightly less, so he takes the win on that one. Zach Rice, 1973 Nova in the left lane. 555 big block Chevy with a 1090 dial in next to Brad Vinge's 1090 in the 68 Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycle, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle, this is your call to staging lanes number 1 and 2. That is 1 and 2 for motorcycle. Extreme motorcycles, you guys on standby. Motorcycles 1 and 2, extreme bikes, stand by. Zach Rice winning that one with a 1091 on his 1090 dial, 144 miles an hour. Zach Zerbrug in the left lane, 1968 Chevy Camaro. Lined up next to Alan Machum. 1090 on the 1090 dial. Both cars actually. Both cars running a 1090. Zach ran a 1090 with an 8. Alan Machum out of Everett, Washington running a 1090 with a 2. Talk about a close race. Alan will be continuing on in his 67 Nova. We got Jess Dale, 1970 Dodge. In the left lane, lined up next to Dan Parsons, 1970 Plymouth. Adventure Dan. Quality racing on the side of that car. Jess Dale leaving a little bit early on that one, handing the win to Dan Parsons. Adventure Dan taking the win on this round, moving on until the next round of eliminations. Dan Parsons running a 1092 at 130 miles an hour. We got Warren Jacobson in the left lane, 1967 Chevy. Next to Tony Hopkins, 55 Chevy Bel Air in the Lordco lane. And across the line, Warren Jacobson does it with a 1092 at 139 miles an hour. Tony Hopkins running a 1090 with a 7. But Warren Jacobson with a 006 reaction time. Next to Tony Hopkins, 030 reaction time. Warren Jacobson gets the win on that one. Reed Holland Super Comp up for a buy run on an 890 dial. Reed Holland 009 reaction time. Solid leave off the line, laying down a 891 at 170 miles an hour. Stephen Horton, Port Orchard, Washington. Lined up next to Mark Loftus. Couple of 890 cars. Who's it going to be? Right lane, Mark Loftus with an 893 at 154 miles an hour. Stephen Horton running a 960 at 145 mile an hour. Motorcycle. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles to the staging lanes. Motorcycles to the staging lanes. Pro Extreme Bike. You guys are lane 6. Pro Extreme Bike, come on down to lane 6. This is your call to the staging lanes also. So we need motorcycles, Pro Extreme Bike to lane 6. Super Gas and Top Comp, you guys are on standby. Standby for Super Gas and Top Comp. James Cowie lined up next to Emily Gerard in the right lane. James Cowie takes the win on that one. 892 at 183 miles an hour. Emily putting down an 893 at a $169. We got Dale Green in the DG machine in the tower lane. Brandon Hutchinson in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super gas, this is your call to rear of staging. Super gas to rear of staging. That's super gas to the rear staging. Top comp, you're on standby. Super gas, come on down. Top comp, you're on standby. Just a announcement for spectators and racers, everybody here. We have yet another cell phone show up in the tower. So if you're missing a cell phone and you come on up and you stick your thumbprint on the phone screen and it unlocks the phone, you can take it home with you. Dale Green running an 892 at 184 miles an hour. Now we have Norm LaPointe, Sherwood Park, Alberta. 67 Chevy Camaro. First year of Chevy Camaro, powered by a 327.
G stock automatic, number one qualifier. Almost a 1 1/4 seconds under the index. Goes 1076 on the 1080. And coming back for round number next. So here comes a pair. B stock automatic against super stock J automatic. So Daryl Stobie, Tower Side, in a 64 Chevelle that he's owned since he was a teenager. So Daryl was quite red. Clarence Bidniak in the right-hand lane was ready to go. He was ready to do battle. 010 up front. 1028 with a 7 on the 1030 dial, so he was holding 13th thou. Clarence will be back. Now John Buczynski and Tori Hadley. So we need Pete Legg. Pete Legg, back to your car. Pete Legg, we need you back to your car, please. Hey, Super Gas, we need Super Gas. Super Gas to the rear staging, please. Super Gas, this is your call to the lanes. We need Super Gas to the rear of staging. Rod Stoltz and Rick McKinney. This one goes to Rod Stoltz. 1027 on the 1022. McKinney comes up 25 on the 1022. So it was a heads-up race. Yeah, I'm slowly cluing in here. Stoltz with the starting line advantage and gets the whole shot win. His 1027 getting around Rick McKinney's 1025. Apparently, Peter Legg not going to be able to make the call. I do believe that's going to result in a competition single for Jim Mantle. So Jim Mantle gets the competition single. Predicts 14.52 seconds. 1977 AMC Pacer powered by a straight six-cylinder, 258 cubic inches. Mantle, 053 up front. Gets to the 8th mile in 9.12 seconds and crosses the quarter-mile finish line. Looked like he might have tapped the brake pedal just a little ahead of time, but 14.56 on the 14.52. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. We need top comp to the staging lanes, please. Top comp to the lanes. Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. One more time, top comp, please report to the rear of staging. We will get you paired up as you arrive. And with that, we'll give a standby call to our junior classes. Junior Street and Junior Dragsters. You guys are on standby. Please start getting ready to go. So Super Gas, you should either be in the lanes or well on your way. And Top Comp, you guys should be on your way as well.
Jody Brickwood getting the win on that last run with a 9:44. Taking out Wild Bill McDonald. Up next, we have Riley Toth in the left lane out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. 2002 Kawasaki. Lined up next to Adam Hetler from Red Cliff, Alberta. 2007 Suzuki. We got an 856 dial in the left lane, 947 dial in the right lane. Couple of clean launches off the starting line, and we got a 853 Riley Toth in the left lane, or 858, my mistake. Light pole kind of turns 8s into 3s from the tower. We got an 858 at 147 miles an hour. Riley Toth moving on to the next round. Daryl Storzik for a single run in the tower lane, riding his 1986 Suzuki with Leak Pro Suzuki. Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water leaks, air leaks, and wind noise repair. Got an 870 dialed in. Crossing the stripe with an 866. Got a couple Alberta boys here lining up. Cody Miner in the left lane from Red Cliff, Alberta. 86 Suzuki. Line up next to the 89 Suzuki of Steve Campbell from Airdrie, Alberta. 889 dial in on the left lane, 815 on the right lane. it goes to the right lane. Steve Campbell, Cody Minor had a little bit of a spin off the line, but he kept it together. Steve Campbell running an 822 on the 815 dial, crossing the stripe at 140 miles an hour. I think they're stink bugs. We got Dave Toth lined up next to Zach Toth. Both of these Toth boys from Medicine Hat, Alberta. 89 Kawasaki. I believe this is father-son, Dave being the father. Zach Toth, 2008 Kawasaki. We got an 839 in the left lane and an 846 in the right lane. On a tear, and Sun takes it. Zach Toth putting down a 857, 139 miles an hour. Dave Toth running an 888 at a $149. Little bit faster mile per hour. Faster, but not quicker. We got Rob Aston, his 2018 Suzuki. The nose of that car fully strapped down to slip through the air. Riding here from Calgary, Alberta. I don't mean riding here in the way that he rode that bike here from Calgary, Alberta. Bit of wheel spin there. Rob Aston putting down a 12:18 at 85 miles an hour through the quarter-mile trap. Track crew out there giving the track a little bit of spray with the glue. Giving it a good spray with the sticky stuff. And the track goes quiet. Looks like we have some Super Gas Elimination Round 2 coming up next. Along with Top Comp. Elimination Round 2 also.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take juniors to the lanes, please. So you're probably well aware of the lane assignments at this point, but we'll repeat them, because why wouldn't we? Junior dragsters, we'll take Thunder in lane number 1, Lightning in lane number 2. Junior Street, we'd like to see you guys in lanes 5 and 6. So again, juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Thunder lane 1, Lightning lane 2, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. And with that, we're going to give our West Coast Outlaw Series a standby call. So Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Triple Index. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Triple Index. Glenn Ingleton, Dale Dryden. Dale Dryden with the win light. Ingleton to the stripe first, but he was behind on the starting line and went under the 990 index, getting there first. Dale Dryden crossing second, goes 992. He'll be back. Dale Dryden's got himself a bye into the final. Brandon Hutchinson, Mark Simmons. Here comes the stripe, and it says Mark Simmons is going to the semifinals to face Dan Davis. Dan Davis has the bye here in the quarterfinal round. So Mark Simmons gets there second, but gets the win light. His 987, a lesser breakout than Brandon Hutchinson's 986. Dan Davis out of Tacoma, Washington, with the single here at 5 cars. Oh, 15 up front. 989 with a 5, 166 miles an hour for Dan Davis at the finish line. So it's going to be Dan Davis and Mark Simmons facing off to see who will go to the final against Dale Dryden. And here we go with top comp. Monty Beagle. You know, I'm still not used to Monty Beagle being in a dragster, but I'll get there. James Kennedy in the right lane. Kennedy dialed 465. Monty Beagle is going to do the chasing, dialed at 439. Kennedy in the white car, Lordco side of the racetrack. 3 bulbs. Monty gives us 4. Here we go. $9,000 difference at the starting line, and at the finish line, it is James Kennedy. So it was Beagle to the stripe first by 27,000 to be under by 1,000. Ouch. That'll hurt. Kennedy with a 10 light, then 3 above. So James Kennedy is coming back. So now G. Van Brar and Dane Lekels. Dane Lekel dialed 4:07. G. Van Brar in at 5 seconds exactly. Who needs to mess with the little numbers? Keep it nice and simple. Well, that didn't go well. Dane Lekelt with a blower pop. G. Van Bar runs it out. Takes the stripe by 3.5 seconds to be under the 5-second dial by 12 thou. Oh, man. Dane Lekelt popped the blower but won the race. Crossing the finish line at just 42 miles an hour.
One heck of a boom.
So by the sounds of it, we are clean out there. So the Lekelt family racing crew will be going to work, needless to say. James Rutherford and Colton Morin. Colton Morin for Morin Motorsports over in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 482 in the dragster. And James Rutherford out of Wembley, Alberta. .632 cubic inches. Big block Ford. Rutherford in the coupe, dialed in at 524. Red light for Colton Morin. Rutherford's moving on. Jeremy Soares and Willie Oliver. Soares working on a 460, Oliver working on a 440. It's Jeremy Soares with the win light. 021 up front, dead 4 at the finish line. It was Willie Oliver to the stripe first by 12 thou, but finds himself under by 1 stinking thou. Oh, man. Actually 8 10,000ths to be more precise. Scott Robinson and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy in the right lane out of Barnwell, Alberta. He's got the fendered dragster dialed in at 470. Robinson turns it red by 3 thou. Vanderkoy was ready to do battle. He was 007 up front. 68 with an 8 on the 470 at the finish line. On what was essentially a time trial. And now Lincoln Shirk and Brad Powell. How about that? Brad Powell just recently purchased this car from the Shirk family. Lincoln Shirk, the next generation. The youngest of Derek's sons. Brad Powell turns on the win light. Dead 3, 008 and dead 3, 11 total. That'll work in most cases. And now our final pairing. Paul Soares and Greg Dowdy. Dowdy in the right lane. Soares in the left. A carbon fiber bodied dragster versus a 55 Chevy. Paul Soares turns the win light on. How about dead 0? 049 up front and dead 0 gets around a 007 light and 3 above. Greg Dowdy takes 62 at the stripe to be under by 2 hun. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. West Coast Outlaw Series. This is your call. We're looking for Outlaw 275. We're looking for Limited Street, and we're looking for Triple Index to the lanes. So here comes a big announcement for anyone left in competition. JBS Series classes. Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro. Motorcycle, Hot Rod. Motorcycle's a Scotti class, but we just want to make sure we mention them. You are done for the night. All the John Scotti classes, NHRA classes, so stock, super stock, combo, all the super classes, and top comp, along with Pro Bike Extreme and Motorcycle ET. You guys are done for the night. We will come up with a game plan as to how we're going to finish this out tomorrow. But so we're going to start with finishing off this event in the morning. That is the game plan. So what we're going to do to finish out the night at this point, we've got juniors right up front ready to go. We're going to run the juniors. Then we're going to run Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Triple Index. We will then be bringing the juniors back. I believe we'll be down to final rounds with them. We're going to run those finals. And is there the possibility of Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley? There is that possibility. But anyone left in competition in Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Hot Rod, you guys are done for the night. We'll continue in the morning. Same thing goes for Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Top Comp, Pro Extreme Bike, Motorcycle ET, and Stock Super Stock Combo. And all go light the barbecues. Or crack open the cooler. Whatever you wish. So I mentioned the possibility of seeing Pro Mods run again before the night is out. Top Fuel Harley, that's going to depend on them. We'll allow them to make that decision. The hour is rather late. While the track is certainly still there right now, this becomes challenging at this point of the evening.
Right lane takes the win on that one. Not sure who that was. I have no name on the screen. Up next, we have Ashton Katnick, TK Performance, and Lordco in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Wesley Armstrong. Wesley Armstrong driving with Fountain Tire and Badass Garage in the right lane with an 890 dial. 896 dial in the left lane.
So 600's the handicap start. Hey, so if you're out there somewhere where you can actually have a unobstructed view of Mount Baker, My brother-in-law's just texting me right now. He's saying check it out. So I think maybe there's some nice sunset reflections going on or something like that. But if you can see Mount Baker, have a look. So 2 green lights and a win light at the top end for Ashton Katnick. Wesley Armstrong had the starting line advantage. But it was Ashton Katnick getting to the stripe first by, get this, 1,000th of a second. Good close drag race right there. And now April Bond. So yes, we're hearing the full moon as we speak, popping up right behind Mount Baker. Good photo op. April Bond, 796 on the 790. So by the sounds of it, at least some of the Pro Mod competitors and Top Fuel Harley guys want to run. Saturday night at the Strip under the lights. I remember last year, Damian Cowden making a full pull late in the evening. First full pull in quite some time after really struggling with that bike. And that was one of the coolest Top Fuel Harley runs I think I've ever seen. Flames barking out both sides of the pipe, or both sides of the bike rather. It's got a very unique exhaust arrangement on that bike. Isabella Marshall turns a win light on, taking the stripe by 7th thou to be 2 above. Bentley Johnson had a little starting line advantage, but did not get the win light up at the top end. So I believe that'll set up our lightning final. It's going to be Isabella Marshall and April Bond. So I realize possibly the owner has left the premises. But anybody who's here check your pockets. Make sure you got your phone. We've got a phone up here in the tower. We would very much like to see it get back to its owner.
Tip them down and not up.
So one more time while it's quiet, the only classes running at this point of the night are going to be X275, Limited Street, Triple Index, Pro Mods, Top Fuel Harley, and our junior finals. Everyone else is done for the evening. So I had it a little wrong. I could have swore I heard Top Fuel Harley would be running after Pro Mod, but I've just been informed Pro Mod will not be running tonight. But apparently 3 of the 5 Top Fuel Harley dudes do want to come out and make a hit.
Well, folks, there's the call. Attention in the pits, Top Fuel Harleys. Come on down to the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harleys to the staging lanes.
I hear race cars. And here we go. Justin Gallant pulls around the corner underneath the bridge. And here comes Tyler Stamler. A little four-eyed Mustang and an S10. Semi-final round in Outlaw 275. So Justin Gallant, our number 2 qualifier, was second on the sheet with, I believe, a 4:24. Was doing 176 miles an hour on that pass. Here he is at 4 cars. So Justin Gallant in the right lane, Tyler Stamler in the left. A Chevy-powered Chevy and a Ford-powered Ford. So Tyler Stamler with the starting line advantage, but it was not enough. So Justin Gallant goes 427 at 177 miles an hour this time to turn on the win light. Just too much performance in that little Mustang. So 427, the big number, 177 miles an hour. So Justin Gallant will be going to the final round tomorrow. Now we just need to determine who he will face. So that 177, not only a personal best for Justin Gallant, but a new track record for the class. So Chris Gould coming up now, left-hand side of the racetrack, TCS lane. Got some pretty cool lighting going on. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for our junior finalists. Junior finalists, come on down to the staging lanes. Junior finalists to the lanes, please. So Chris Gould with the undercarriage lit up. And I think what I was seeing was just reflecting light off the front wheel. I was going to say he had some kind of sparkly spokes going on, but so Chris Gould, left side of the racetrack. Matt Dreyer out of Kalispell, Montana, in the right lane at 4 cars. Chris Gould turns it red. It's going to be an all Ford final. Matt Dreyer gets a break as his car not wanting to behave. Didn't really go anywhere. Wound up with a 1.72 60 foot and 7:53 at the 8th mile, but he is going to the final round to face Justin Gallant. And that'll take us into Limited Street. We're going to start off with Max Nielsen and Chris McGraw. So much like Outlaw 275, 2 of our remaining 4 cars were our top 2 qualifiers. Max Nielsen was number 1. Vanessa Richards was number 2. She'll be in the next pairing. Brad Thomas was number 3, and Chris McGraw was number 4. So we've got our top 4 qualifiers as our final 4 cars. I guess that shouldn't really surprise anybody. So Max Nielsen, left lane. Chris McGraw, right lane. I'm gonna say McGraw definitely has his work cut out for him. Max Nielsen with a sizable performance advantage. And much like Chris Gould, he turns it red. So Chris McGraw is going to the final round. Sure, he's going to be fairly pleased about that. So McGraw running, I believe, his best number of the weekend, a 563. Or no, never mind. What am I saying? He qualified with a 529. So now the second half, where we decide who will face Chris McGraw in the final round. Is it going to be Vanessa Richards or is it going to be Brad Thomas? Qualifiers 2 and 3 respectively. So Vanessa Richards with the nitrous assisted small block Ford combo. Brad Thomas, I'm told, has got a Coyote between the frame rails. Brad Thomas with a little bit of a delayed start. Vanessa Richards with an easy win, 5:01, 137 miles an hour. So it's going to be Vanessa Richards and Chris McGraw in the final round of Limited Street. So here we go with the triple index. Who have we got, Mike?
We got Tyler Smith in the Tower Lane, 1968 Chevelle. Powered by a 383 Chevy, lined up next to Josh Klosky. Here out of Quinellen is 1990 Chevy S10, both cars on a 750. One of these cars with a much better reaction time than the other car, but it doesn't quite work out. Josh Klosky putting down a 751 on his 750 dial through the 8th mile trap at 87 miles an hour. It was Tyler Smith who put down a 002 reaction time and got to the 8th too quick. Little bit too quick. Jan Christensen, left lane. Bucky Stewart in the right lane. Jan Christensen knocks Bucky out. Bucky out there. Jan running a 574 at 99 miles an hour. Bucky breaking out by 5 thou in that run. Jan Christensen getting the win. Jan will move on. We got Ryan Ledrette for a bye run in the left lane. 1971 Chevy Malibu. Blue Chevelle in the tower lane with the black Super Sport stripes, driving with Muffler Tech Auto. 750 dial, making his way down the track now. Let's see. 767 at 82 miles an hour.
So that's going to leave us with 3 cars in triple index to finish that off in the morning. Hey, Junior Thunder finalists, where are you?
Top end, it'll be, first one will be, well, they'll probably both be red lane singles, okay? Look at that, probably both red lane singles. Howard, you're ready? Howard's ready. Ready for what?
So a little top fuel Harley Davidson action coming at us now. Looks like big kids racing. Nate Gagnon going to be making a single up the right-hand side of the racetrack. So I was having a discussion earlier with a coworker, and I was saying if offered the chance, there's not many vehicles that I wouldn't jump into to have a try. But if I was offered the opportunity to hop on one of these things, I would turn around and run away. Not to knock anybody else's opinion or decision, but just for me personally.
Yeah, we're in the same boat on that one.
Nitro Harley, here we go. Nate Gagnon making a nice full pull. How about 634? And how about 220 miles an hour? 634. Bike had 2 cylinders lit all the way down the racetrack. Typically, you can hear it when a good run is coming. The big key to getting these bikes to move out of the hole is you just got to feed them massive amounts of fuel. Then once they're up and running and starting to make some RPM, the whole key is to be able to take enough fuel away to keep both cylinders lit. That sounds really easy in theory, but it's a lot harder than that in reality. So big shout out to Big Kids Racing, Nate Gagnon. Going 634, baby, 220 miles an hour. Once again, want to thank Rad Torque Systems, the 2026 sponsor of the Western Canadian Top Fuel Nitro Bike Series. This weekend's event brought to us by W.G. Davis & Sons Die Hard Trucking, along with Big Kids Racing. And a special shout out to Coldwater Spirits. So Nate takes over the #1 spot with that run. 634 puts him at the top of the sheet. But here comes the #2 guy. Well, #2 for now, Austin Christopher. Aboard Ron Howney's Fast Lane Racing entry. So Austin Christopher will also be making a single up the right-hand side of the racetrack. Again, listen closely. Front wheel still up in the air past the 8th mile at the finish line, 650, 225, so made the mile per hour, but did not produce the ET. The big difference was Nate was 111 at the 60-foot. Austin Christopher was 118, so 700ths behind right there. 330-foot numbers, 286 to 298. So 12 hun behind, and well, that's pretty much the difference right there between a 34 and a 50. Nate ran a 634. 220 miles per hour.
Hold the pair for 1 second.
So this is our Junior Street final round, featuring Jackson Dew and James McNeil. So Jackson Dew, tower side dialed 1067. James McNeil, spectator side dialed 924.
Clean launch for both vehicles off the starting line. And it is James McNeil in the 2000 Mustang in the right lane, locking down a 931 at 75 miles per hour and taking tonight's win in the junior street class. Well done, James McNeil. You are winning a Wally tonight.
75th anniversary diamond.
75th anniversary diamond edition. Junior Street Wally, I'm looking at it right now. That is a beautiful trophy. And it is coming home with you, James McNeil.
So we got 27 of them up here in the tower with the game plan to give them all away by the end of the weekend. And James McNeil is the first to take one home.
That means 26 are up for grabs.
So we've got just 2 more pairs to close the night out. That would be Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. So in advance, want to give a big shout out to all the staff here at Mission Raceway Park. Takes a lot of hard work to put together an event like this. These are long days for, well, everybody, but certainly those that are out there in the elements toiling away all day long. Thank you very much. You're very much appreciated. Here comes some junior dragsters. Do believe this will be our lightning final.
We got April Bond lining up in the left lane. In the hot pink JVS equipment, junior dragster. Right lane, we got Isabella Marshall. Isabella driving with Canco Petroleum. De Silva Auto World, a 799 dial in the left lane, an 809 in the right lane.
So see quite a few cars exiting the parking lot. If you guys can still hear me, thanks for coming to Mission Raceway Park today. We certainly appreciate having you, and you guys are my heroes, hanging out till well past 10:30. Come on back tomorrow.
Couple green lights off the line. And it looks like April Bond, who left with a 007 reaction time, takes the win on that run with an 804 on her 799 dial.
You could hear a whole bunch of throttle womping up at the top end. So April Bond doing a great job to turn that win light on.
Well, folks, here we have the final of the night. Last run of the junior dragsters and the last run of our evening here.
And we are almost going heads up. Ashton Katnick and Nate Green. Nate Green dialed 897. Ashton Katnick dialed 896. So just 1/100th of a second will be the handicap start on the starting line. Just a heads up, junior classes, there will not be winner circle photos tonight. We will catch up with that in the morning. So again, Ashton Katnick left lane, Nate Green in the right lane. Hear a little bit of womp womp up at the top end. Nate Green turns the wind light on. It was Nate to the stripe first, goes 9 seconds on the 897 dial. Ashton Katnick comes up 908 on the 896 dial. So there we go. That is going to bring Saturday at the Northwest National Open to a close. Once again, great job, everybody. Certainly appreciate all the hard work. And man, we have just begun. We're going to have a whole bunch of fun tomorrow. For many of these classes, we get to do it all over again once we finish off proceedings that were unfinished from tonight. So a little heads up in the morning. At this point, and remember, schedules are always subject to change, but at this point, from what I'm hearing, the game plan is we will start with a time trial for Sunday's race for juniors. We will then roll into pro bracket and whatever classes would follow, and continue right along with round number next from today's race. And just to be really clear, for anyone left in competition from today's race, we're going to continue in the morning without a time trial. So following a time trial for juniors, we will then start with pro bracket and go through the classes to finish today's race. So I hope that I've made that clear rather than further confusing anyone. Well, Mike, nice job today.
Thank you, sir. You as well. I just wanted to remind everybody, racers and the last few spectators, if there are any, to drive safe on your way out of the track here. I know at the races, the adrenaline gets going and stuff. Drive safe and drive safe. Responsibly. And if you drive a gray Mustang Mach-E, be sure to use your wing mirrors and indicators if you're planning on changing lanes. Only one person on the property knows what I'm talking about there. Had a close call this morning. But anyways, pay attention out there, guys. Thanks for a great day of racing. We'll see you all tomorrow morning.
That's great advice, Mike. So if you're not going anywhere tonight, well, have fun and get ready for tomorrow. We are going to have a bang-up day. Good night, everyone.